your life. Welcome.
Welcome to Shed 2 and the voyage of the Alma Doepel to her date with lifting. We come to you from the land of the Wurundjeri people. We're on board the Lady Cutler, berthed at Shed 2, home of the Alma Doepel. The long-awaited moment for the return to water, the Alma Doepel has arrived. You can see as she makes her way towards the Appleton dock and her destiny with Shanghai, AAL Shanghai. The two tugs are provided generously by Switzer. You can see them out there. And the AAL Shanghai lift ship has been generously offered to us by AAL. I want to acknowledge the hard work of the volunteers, the Restoration Director, Dr. Peter Harris, OAM, and shipwright Ferdy Darley and his team. We've had many hours of volunteer hours working on the ship. To date, it's 83,000 since the commencement of the restoration. We would like to acknowledge Development Victoria, who've given us free use of the berth, Lend-Lease, who's sponsorship of today's event, Sea Road Ferries, who are also sponsors of today's event and the live stream that's coming to you now. Port Phillip Sea Pilots, who've donated pilotage to turn the AAL Shanghai around so that she can lift Alma off her barge. Because currently she's facing the port to offload her cargo, so she'll need to be turned around. The Lady Cutler, of course, Lady Cutler Melbourne Showboat have donated the vessel that we're on today, and that's very generous of Jeff Gordon. The Royal Melbourne Yacht Squadron, who've donated two support vessels, the Cerberus and the Thorson, which is an ex-pilot vessel. Michael Smith Spectre Films, who's producing this live stream for you, he's here today and filming me now. So I think that's about it for me, and let's see what else there is to see. There's Alma going around the corner under the Balti Bridge towards Appleton Dock.
And then they'll move you. Okay. Just
Hello again. So a few words about where we are as we are heading towards the Balti Bridge following the Alma Doepel to Appleton Dock. You'll see on the left there Victoria Harbour Shipping Control Tower, built in 1966. It's at the end of North Wharf. It's largely abandoned, but I think it's protected, and there are plans somewhere in the pipeline to do something with it. Let's hope so. But it's a wonderful piece of hidden Melbourne there. Then you'll see the Balti Bridge just beyond there, and legend has it, and I believe it's true, that the longest span, well, I'll just give you some details here. The longest span is 173 metres, and the goalposts are 140 metres high, and apparently aesthetic only. I'm reading what it says here. The original design height was 25 metres above the high waterline, but it was increased to over 28 metres at the insistence of the then Premier Jeff Kennett. And the reason being so that Alma could fit under it. They hadn't thought about Alma when they built the Balti Bridge. Can you imagine that? So as you see now, we're going underneath the Balti Bridge. The Yarra River is generally along the original line of the Yarra, south of about Arden Street on Mooney Ponds Creek. It was progressively flooded until about 1976. The realignment of the Yarra River and creation of a canal was recommended in 1879 by Sir John Coode. The Coode Canal was opened in 1887, and by 1893, West Melbourne Dock, now Victoria Dock, had been dug out, wharfs installed and open to shipping, and at its peak could berth 21 ships. Mooney Ponds Creek enters the harbour just to the west of the bridge. There's a little bit of history for you, pay attention. Appleton Docks are just west of Mooney Ponds, and that's where we're heading.
cut.
Say a few words.
The Alma Doepel is the oldest surviving Australian-built tall ship and an important part of Australia's maritime history. She is a reminder of a time when the tall ship was Australia's only link to the world. Launched in 1903, she was fashioned from local timbers in Ballingen, northern New South Wales. During her early years, she plied the Tasman and traded along the east coast and became a familiar sight in the ports of Australia. Alma Doepel saw active service in the Second World War as an Australian Army ketch in New Guinea, carrying supplies and troops. Today, the Alma Doepel is undergoing a complete restoration in Melbourne by a team of professional shipwrights. This project is one of the finest examples of a maritime restoration underway anywhere in the world. Working alongside the team of professional shipwrights is a dedicated team of volunteers and supporters. The restoration of the ship is not an end in itself, but rather a means to an end. Her future will be as a dedicated platform for youth development programs for Victoria's young people from all backgrounds, helping build resilience and develop awareness of themselves and working with others. Factors that are key in reducing youth suicide and building positive mental health. Our mission is to challenge and inspire young people to realise their full personal potential and to make a positive contribution to the wider community.
so that we can fit her out with masks, fit out the inside, so she'll be ready to do sail training once again. So please go to. Sorry.
That's right.
I'm new at this.
Yeah, just like an ice cream.
Okay. So we're looking for you to donate today. If you click the donate now button on the website, you can make a donation there, or if you go to chuck.org and dial up the Alma Doepel via block campaign, you can sponsor a block for $500. You'll get your name on a chart. There's a little plaque that says that you've donated some money and you've bought a block. So we'd very much like people to do that today. Alma's takes a lot of money. We have to buy everything we need. We have a lot of volunteers who do a fabulous job for us and put in thousands of hours, 83,000 hours of donated time now. So we really need cash to pay for the things we can't just get donated. So if you can do that for us, we'd be very much appreciated.
You done? Okay. And card.
G'day, it's Norborum, take two. Hope this is okay for everybody out there. We're testing new technology here. There's a man standing in front of me here with an iPhone or something, and a special little microphone in here. It's a magic system. Now, welcome. I'm the president of the Alma Doepel Supporters Club, and I'd like to ask you all please to make a donation today. This is a free show. The man in front of me
They're having trouble hearing. We're going to relocate, so just tell them that. Just say.
I'll relocate now. They tell me you can't.
We'll be back in a moment.
We'll be back in a moment. Bye. Are we live? Yes.
We are.
Good. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Have we sorted the noise out now? Hopefully you can hear me. Thanks, Mike, for sorting that out. Yes, I'm Norm Borum, the president of the Alma Doepel Supporters Club, and thank you for joining us today. It's a momentous occasion. After many years, the Alma Doepel came back to Melbourne in 2009, and here we are today putting her back in the water for the first time since 2013. We've had a lot of people donate things for us today to make this happen, so thank you very much to all of them. Switzer for their tugs, AAL Shanghai for their wonderful crane ship that you can see in the background behind me, I hope, and the Melbourne showboat that we're on here, the Lady Cutler. All been donated today, not to mention the services of the man holding the camera, Mike Smith from Sun Films. And we need some more money, so if you can think about making a donation, you can click on the Donate Now button, please, on the website, make a donation there. Or we have an interesting thing going where you can buy a block. We had a buy a plank campaign where you paid $500 and you got a plank to go on the ship. All the planks are on the ship, as you can see, so now we're selling blocks. So if you go to the Chuffed site, dial up Alma Doepel, and you can find the buy a block site there and donate some money that way. So thank you very much for joining us today, and I look forward to coming back and talking to you again later. Back to you, Switchboard.
The Alma Doepel is the oldest surviving Australian-built tall ship and an important part of Australia's maritime history. She is a reminder of a time when the tall ship was Australia's only link to the world. Launched in 1903, she was fashioned from local timbers in Ballingen, northern New South Wales. During her early years, she plied the Tasman and traded along the east coast and became a familiar sight in the ports of Australia. Alma Doepel saw active service in the Second World War as an Australian Army ketch in New Guinea, carrying supplies and troops. Today, the Alma Doepel is undergoing a complete restoration in Melbourne by a team of professional shipwrights. This project is one of the finest examples of a maritime restoration underway anywhere in the world. Working alongside the team of professional shipwrights is a dedicated team of volunteers and supporters. The restoration of the ship is not an end in itself, but rather a means to an end. Her future will be as a dedicated platform for youth development programs for Victoria's young people from all backgrounds, helping build resilience and develop awareness of themselves and working with others. Factors that are key in reducing youth suicide and building positive mental health. Our mission is to challenge and inspire young people to realise their full personal potential and to make a positive contribution to the wider community.
Hello, we're talking to Joanne Liddell today, and Joanne is an ex-voyager on Alma Doepel. Hello, Joanne.
Hi, Bill.
How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Good.
Very excited.
Excellent. So tell me, how is it that you came to be on the Alma Doepel Youth Sail Training Program?
Okay. Well, it was a while ago, 30 years ago, in fact, but I remember it extremely well. And I was 15 at the time, and I had a social worker And she first told me about the Alma and the opportunity to go sailing for 10 days around Port Phillip Bay. And to be honest, I didn't say yes initially. Took a few goes. She asked me, and I'm very glad that I did. When I was 15, I was quite shy and socially awkward, struggling at school, and actually I'd had a couple of foster families. Unfortunately, from a young age, my mother and father couldn't look after me, so I was just feeling a bit sort of displaced. So along came the offer as a teenager, and I'm glad I said yes, because the experience was, well, it changed how I felt as a person. And I'm talking about how I'm really talking and trying to get to about how I was treated on board the Alma, apart from having a whole lot of fun. So you get to Station Pier, everyone's warm and ready to go, and relaxed but excited. So it was all very natural. So yeah, we set sail, and you get out there, and you are there to learn how to sail, and you know, set some sails and tie some knots. But and whilst having the opportunity to have a go at everything, but it didn't matter if you didn't know what you were doing. If you got it all wrong, it didn't matter. It wasn't about getting it right or wrong. It was just about having the opportunity and being encouraged to do that.
Learning a little bit about yourself?
Oh yes, learning to relax actually, and not having people being negative, and like I was saying, if you didn't get it right, that was okay. So, and to that point in my life, I was actually, you know, wasn't getting much encouragement from anywhere else or anyone else. So to receive that encouragement at that stage in my life was extremely important. And you know, self-esteem for anybody, for every human being, is can make or break your life, basically. So
how did it impact on your life? How did it change the way you lived?
Okay, so basically, life has its challenges. I'd already had a lot of challenges early on, and I had current challenges, and there were going to be challenges ahead. But with knowing that you're valuable and important, you get a sense of self-worth, and that you're actually going to go somewhere in your life, and that people like you, and that you're important. So it really boosted my self-esteem. And I've still got my journal, and over the years I look back on that, and basically in the journal, Glenn Jones, I remember he said, if people don't like you the way you are, then that's tough for them, and you only get one life, and you can make it good.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us, Joanne.
No problems. I'd like to finish today by saying a big thank you to everybody, Peter Harris in particular for overseeing the restoration, but hundreds and hundreds of people donating their time and investing a lot of love, and some very generous sponsors to make the restoration possible. And I just can't wait to see Alma in the water. I've actually had dreams about this day, and It is a fantastic day, and yeah, I couldn't be happier. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Coglin's my name. I'm one of the former voyagers on the Alma Doepel, and I joined the ship back in 1994. I'm just going to spend a few minutes while we're waiting for the ship to prepare to be lifted, and you'll see the ship come into view over my shoulder shortly. We're just swinging around to have another view from another direction. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking about the history of the ship. So for those of you not aware, the ship was built in 1903. So she's celebrated her 118th birthday last weekend, so she's getting on in age, but we're making sure she doesn't wither away, and she has a fruitful life ahead of us. So it's great to be able to share some of her history with you today. So, as I mentioned, built in 1903, she was built in Bellingen in northern New South Wales, the river country up north in the northern coast of New South Wales. And for those of you who know Bellingen, it's basically a town inland on a river. And the reason she was built there was Frederick Doepel. And we're going to share a bit more about Frederick in the future. Later today, Bill is going to talk about Frederick. He built it essentially to be his vessel to take his own timber to the market. So he ran the timber mill, and he built the ship along with his team to take his goods to market, as I said. So early years, she was sailing the east coast of Melbourne, the occasional trip to New Zealand. And then in 1917, she was sold to Henry Jones IXL. So no doubt you've heard of IXL jam. Well, Henry Jones in Tasmania made the jam in Tasmania. He picked the apples in Tasmania and brought them up to the jam factory in Melbourne using Alma, and he owned her most of her career. So right up through the early 1900s, she was trading up and down the coast between Victoria and Tasmania. She held the record, the fastest sailing vessel for that trade between Hobart and Melbourne, 58 hours, and that record stood for many, many years, right up until the fast sailing yacht. So it's only been a fast sailing yacht that's overtaken that record. So she was a pretty fast ship for her age and her type. So most of her career trading up and down, carrying goods between Melbourne and Sydney. Second World War came along. So by that time, she was requisitioned. So for the Second World War, she was requisitioned by the Army, and she was converted. She had all the masts taken down. She had new engines put in her, and was converted into AK-82, an Army ketch. So she was basically a utility vessel operating up into the north coast of Australia, up into Papua New Guinea and Southeast Asia, carrying troops during the war effort, and great service. So back in those days, they were ingenious. They got three bus engines, and put them inside, and she worked a treat during the war. Post Second World War, she was returned to Henry Jones and refitted. This time she emerged looking a little bit different. Still a sailing vessel, but what we call a bull-headed schooner. She didn't have the square sails anymore. She didn't have the top masts, but she was still very much a sailing, trading vessel up and down the coast. This career carried on right through to around about the 1960s, and then she was unfortunately cut down a bit further. So she was converted into basically a motor vessel. So she was a limestone hulk, southern Tasmania, hauling limestone from south of Hobart up to Hobart, right through until around about 1975, when she retired from her trading career. 1976 is when the Sail and Venture company that owns the ship today purchased the ship with a view to restoring her, and we're going to tell you a bit about that later on. So thanks for your time, and we'll be back to you soon.
Yes, hello, it's Bill Reid again. Here we are at the AAL Shanghai in Appleton Dock, and you can see that the Alma is alongside, waiting for the next step, which is for her to be lifted off the barge, which she's on at the moment, and then the barge will be taken from underneath her, and they'll plop her in the water. So I'll just give you a little bit of information that you can digest whilst we're waiting for this to happen. So Alma's going to be lifted by 2 of the 4 cranes. You can see on the ship there's 4 cranes. The 2 in front are the ones that will be doing the lift. Now, each of these cranes can hold 230 tons. No, take all that back. My notes would let me down. Each crane can handle 350 tons each, which is a combined total of 700 tons. Now, Alma weighs 200 tons, so I think the AAL Shanghai is up for it. Now, on the 2 cranes, when the crane booms lower, they will be lowering slings. So there'll be 2 slings at the back and 2 slings at the front, or the stern and the bow, if you like. You can't see from here, but they've had to cut slits in the tarpaulin that cover the Alma in order for the slings to pass through. Otherwise, what will happen when they lift the Alma off the barge, they'll rip the tarpaulin. So Dr. Peter Harris, ever mindful of things that could go wrong, spotted this, and he's created slits within the tarpaulin that will allow the slings to pass through. So that's an interesting one for you. So the slings at the stern and the bow, the 2 will be 1 metre apart, and there's a safe working limit of 400 tons. Each sling side has a safe working load of 50 tons, which gives a total of 400 tons. I think I've got this in my head. I haven't. Now the slings will be attached to the crane with 8 bow shackles. The slings are 8.5 metres apart at the ship and 9 metres apart at the heavy lifting beam. Which you'll see the heavy lifting beam. Will you see the heavy lifting beam? No. No, you won't. So forget that. So the actual lift, the strength of the hull, when they lift with the slings, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the hull. And people have asked, will the hull break up when it's lifted off the barge? The good news is it should not. The strength of the hull is provided by 7 bulkheads, which are designed to keep the water out of the hull. If there's damage to the side, it will only affect part of the ship, not the whole hull or the whole ship hull. So that's important to know. The actual lift will be gradual, taking up the weight. Weight measurements will be recorded along the way. As they lift her up, they'll be taking weight measurements so they get an idea of how much the Alma weighs. She'll be lifted off the barge and temporarily hang in the air, dangling in the air like a fish on a line, and the barge will be removed by the Schweitzer tugs and taken back to Shed 2. So that'll disappear, and then Alma will have nowhere to go but in the water. There's no going back. So once safely in the water, the slings will be released, and Alma will be afloat. The tugs will then attach Samson The tugs will then attach lines to the Samson posts on board Alma and gently commence the tow back to Shed 2. Now, it's important to know that these tugs, they're rotary tugs, are very powerful. They can turn on a sixpence, and they're capable of pulling the Samson posts off if too much power is applied. So slowly, nice and easy does it. Back to Shed 2. Now, for safety and practical reasons, members of the Alma restoration team will be on the barge preparing the lift and ensuring the slings are in the right place before leaving the barge, again for safety reasons, to allow the lift to take place. So when the lift starts, there will be nobody on the barge. Obviously, it's a dangerous place to be. During this time, the crew will be watching safely from 2 support vessels, which were provided free of charge today by the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria. Once Alma is safely back in the water, the Alma crew will board both the barge and Alma to ensure each are safely returned to Shed 2. There will be a qualified crew on board Alma, as required by maritime law, a master, a mate, and an engineer. Interestingly, we don't have any engines yet, but that doesn't matter. It's a need to have. And I think that's all I've got to tell you at the moment. We're now waiting patiently to see when the slings are lowered and the lift begins, and we'll get back to you then. But in the meantime, we'll have some live feed of what's going on. Thank you for listening.
here to talk to you a little bit more and to thank our sponsors again for today. Melbourne for support in building the barge, the commencement project and the free berthing that we get. The Development Victoria, who give us free of charge use of the shed, and the restoration site itself, fabulous shed. Lend-Lease, who sponsored today's event in association with Sea Road Ferries, and they are also doing the live stream for us. So AAL Shipping for use of the crane ship, as you can see. Switzer for the tugs, which are still there and we'll need for a bit while yet. Port Phillip Sea Pilots for the provision of work that they're doing for us today. The Lady Cutler, Melbourne Showboat that we're on, and the Royal Melbourne Yacht Club for their support vessels. So we've had a couple of questions coming in, so I omitted to tell you earlier, what is a block? We need a block so that you can haul the ropes up and down on the ship, so you can lift the sails and move the booms around and remove gaffs and other things on the ship that need to go from one place to another. Often they're quite heavy and they've usually got to go well up in the air.
What he's trying to say is it's another word for a pulley.
It's you call them blocks and pulleys, and inside a block there's a thing called the sheave, which is the wheel bit that the rope goes around. So there's a couple of guys been working on those for us. One's been building the blocks and another guy cleaned the sheaves. To clean the sheaves, it took the guy 3 years every Saturday. 3 years every Saturday. And at the same time, Francis has been building the blocks and he's making beautiful pieces of wood, fabulous pieces of timber, and putting some beautiful brass plaques in them that actually have Alma Doepel on them. And they come up wonderfully. If you have a look at the Buy a Block site on Chuff, you'll see a picture of the block there. And if you check on Facebook, Karen might be putting some bits and pieces up, and particularly in the Alma Doepel Chronicles, if you have a look in there, you'll see that there's a section that they have on Francis working on the blocks. So that's a block, or a pulley, as the man said. So thanks again to the sponsors, thanks again to everybody. Now questions, somebody asked who on the ship today, who's presenting, has been on Alma. You might have heard Chris say earlier that he was a voyager or a trainee, so he did his 9-day voyage back in the early 90s, and he then became a volunteer crew member, which is one of the things that we do as everybody finishes up their trainee course. We ask them if they'd like to be a volunteer crew member. So they sign on for a volunteer crew. If they come up to cut the mustard, they get jobs coming out, sailing in the bay, helping out on day cruises and sometimes weekend cruises. Now, I've been fortunate enough that I sailed on Alma in 1998, had a day sail, and it's just one of the most fabulous things. It inspired me so much that I actually went on a trip from Melbourne to Hobart on another ship, which shall remain nameless, which is very similar to Alma, but not so many masts to go.
Okay. Bit of action from the water.
Action from the water, yeah, we have the pilots down here. So it's all go here. Thanks again for watching the live stream. Please don't forget to donate, because every dollar that comes in gets spent on something that we can't do for ourselves, that we can't make for ourselves. We really have volunteers do as much labour as we can. There are no office staff. None of the board get any fees or charges or anything to go with it. Many people not only donate their time, but it costs them to come and work in the shed. We need volunteers too. If you want to be a volunteer, come down to the shed sometime, send us an email. You need to join the Alma Doepel Supporters Club, and then we cover you for insurance while you're working in the shed. And it's just a really good atmosphere. It's the biggest men's shed you've ever come across in your life, and we have some young women come in too, and some ladies help out from time to time, and it works really well. Just the nicest bunch of people you'd ever want to meet in all your life, and really a good group to work with, and we're all working for the same thing. We want to get this beautiful ship right here back into the water so that she can do what she does best, and that's sail training. And if you've all seen, I'm sure, the pictures of Alma in full flight, she's just a beautiful craft. She looks fabulous in the water, and I can tell you, when you're on a tall ship out in big seas doing somewhere around 10 knots, it's a real thrilling thing. It's just a fabulous thing to do. And the sail training works really well for young people because it develops them as individuals. They don't just learn how to sail a ship, they learn how to work with people. They learn how to manage people, they learn how to organise and be resilient. Self-awareness is a big thing. And in this day and age, when so many people spend their time just on an electronic device, to be able to get out and really do something, it's just amazing. And I'd encourage you, once Alma's back in the water, cast around, find some young people that might like to come for a sail on it. Somebody else has already asked, can they hire her for the day? Well, no, you can't, because it'll take us a couple of years to get back in the water, and we'll work out what we can do with her then. But there'll be no doubt in future there'll be some more day sails, there'll be some weekend sails. Most of the sail training for the schools finished up as 9 days, but other events for schools went for 5, 4 and 7 days, depending on who wanted what and how things went. So we can be flexible, and no doubt we'll be flexible in the future. So thanks again for everybody for watching. It's fabulous, and I'll put you back to the studio.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Chris here again. So as you look over to my right here, we're very much getting close to the lift again as we move closer. So you'll see that the first of the cranes is pivoted around out over the side of the crane ship, the AAL Shanghai. You'll see a big beam. So that big beam has got some shackles and some big, look like big ribbons hanging off it. So they're the slings that Bill spoke about earlier on. So the other crane, it's sort of hiding behind at the moment. The forward crane on the AAL Shanghai hasn't yet picked up its spreader bar, but it'll do so shortly. So a spreader bar is basically a big piece of equipment that keeps the slings away from the hull. So if you didn't have that, it'd be like squeezing the ship together. So a very important piece of equipment to keep the slings apart. So you'll see 2 big orange slings on this one, and you'll have 2 big orange slings on the second spreader bar. So it's basically going to be threading the needle down and dropping the slings down onto the barge. They're going to be hauled underneath by the shipwrights and the crew on the barge, lifted back up, threaded through the awning, and shackled onto the spreader bar. And the same for the forward one. And once that's all ready, the 2 cranes are going to work together in synchronicity lifted up and far enough away for the barge to be pulled out from underneath. So next step on the journey, we're getting closer. So we'll come back to you soon as we get a bit closer and tell some more stories. Thanks, guys.
Hello again, Bill, back to speak with you. You heard from Chris earlier, who gave you a very good idea of what's about to happen. You can see now the spreader bars are lowering down and the sling is going underneath the Alma, and from there she'll be fed through like a needle through the slits in the tarpaulin. So this is a slow process, and you can watch as I tell you stories about something else. So a little bit about Frederick Doepel, the man who built this ship in 1903. So a little anecdote for you. Frederick Doepel jumped ship in Sydney. Not many people know this. Actually, everyone knows this. He jumped ship, the Mermaid, in 1873 with his friend Big Mick, or Laconan, I think was his surname. And they headed up the Parramatta Valley to cut timber. And once they were sure that their ship had left, they were able to start getting jobs without fear of being arrested. And they worked on coastal ships running up and down the New South Wales coast. So they started to get an idea of the area within which they were. So he would have learned a lot about timber, shipping, and cargoes in that period of time. Among the jobs he and Big Mick attended were as shipwrights, timber construction work, and working on droggers, which is a kind of barge that they had in those days for pulling things. Did I say barge? A tug. A kind of tug, like those things there. But a drogger was far more early days. So Frederick realised a need for shipping of local produce, and in the 1880s he modified the drogger and rebuilt her bow and stern, showing his ability to build ships out of his head. He didn't do this from plans; he worked them out. And he rigged her with masts and sails and kept her name a secret until the commissioning in 1884. During the conversion, locals were sceptical of her seaworthiness and told Frederick she wouldn't make it to Sydney. While the drogger was ideal for the shallows of the Ballinger, with her beaminess, that's our word, isn't it? And shallow draft, which is important when you're in a shallow river. The owners of the Surprise, that's what they called this boat, the Surprise, good name when if you kept it as a surprise, were Frederick Doepel and Mr. Anderson, and they were Frederick's business partners. The Surprise was loaded with a full cargo and began 9 years of successful trading to Sydney. And this is how Frederick became a shipbuilder. And it was this activity that eventually saw Frederick start up a sawmill on his own in the 1890s whilst building the Violet Doepel. So they would search the nearby forest for timber. Fortunately for Fred, he had a massive supply of timber. Timber was not the problem, and he had a timber mill, so cutting the timber was no problem, and he had labour. There was no problem to building ships, so it became a natural progression. And as Chris said earlier, he saw the need to transport his timber to the coast. What better to build his own ship with a shallow draft that could do the shallow Ballinger River, and there she is. She's still here. So bullocks and horses would haul the timber to the yard, and the massive keelson, which is the original keelson, is still on the Alma. That's still there. It was scarfed. Sorry, let's get this right. The massive keelson of two scarf lengths of some 90 feet, 27 meters, was bolted inside the ship atop the hefty framing, and the 230 millimeter frames were not bent but cut to shape from solid timber. The ship was almost flat-bottomed to negotiate the sandbars of the river mouth, but with great internal strength. And the combined thickness of the keel to the top of the keelson was 38 inches. On many occasions, this saved Alma from breaking her back on groundings. And without any engines, she was a single floating cargo hold. So pretty big inside. And by the way, she didn't have any bulkheads then. They didn't think that was necessary to have them. There was no crew accommodation other than on the forward and aft deck. Very basic, you can imagine. 3 masts and square sails on the foremast. So that's how Alma came to be. Thought you'd be interested to know that. Until next time, I'll leave you looking at the view behind.
it's Norm Borum, your Alma Doepel Supporters Club President, back here again. We've checked on the Lift Day website for the Chuffed Alma Doepel Lift Day campaign, and there's $550 been donated in there. So thank you very much to the donors for that. And anybody else would like to add some more, your name shows up on that one. Everybody else can see how generous you really are. So thanks again for that. And thanks to our sponsors again for the day, City of Melbourne, Development Victoria, Lend Lease, Sea Road Ferries, AAL Shipping, Switzer, Port Phillip Sea Pilots, Lady Cutler, Melbourne Showboat, and the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria. We've put the wrong one in before, so sorry about that, guys, but thanks very much to the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria. We'll owe you a drink sometime. Come and see me. But no, thanks everybody for looking in today. We are getting a few comments in on the system, and thanks for those. Any questions, put them up. The boys will pass them through to me, and I'll come back to you and let you know how it's all going. And yeah, it's a good day. The weather's been really kind to us, and you can see the slings going on the ship behind me now. And they're taking every care to make sure they get this 100% right, because if the slings don't sit in the right spot, we'll have a problem with our beautiful ship, and that's the last thing that we want. So nice talking to you all, and I'll switch you back to the studio. Thank you.
Hi all, welcome. We're on the barge here, so let's turn around. We've got Alma behind me and the lift ship up above me here. You can see we've now installed the first set of slings, which are behind me here on the ship. So they're going right under the hull of the ship here, and so they're now installed, ready for the lift. So that goes all the way up to the crane above me here. You can see our operations down here, bringing in the second set of slings. So the shipwrights are in charge of this. And the second crane will bring the slings in shortly. So that's where things are at on the ship and the barge. Will probably be another 20 or so minutes getting those other slings on. Take you around the other side of the ship here. I think I can switch my camera actually. There we go. Okay, so now I can show you quite well what things look like. There's the Lady Cutler over there, and so we just got the crane on the forward end of the ship. So that's standing by, ready to lift, and we're ready to get the second crane, which will be slung down here. You can see the centre mark of the sling mark will come through here, and then this will be the position for the second crane. So that should be happening soon. Obviously, we need to make sure the sling is clear of the propeller shafts, stern tubes there, and we do have a bulkhead behind this position, so a strong point. So that's what's going to happen shortly. So that's about an update from the ship. You see the tugs are still on station, holding us in position, as well as the lines to the ship. So we still have the tugs here holding the barge in position, ready to pull the barge out, which will happen once the ship's lifted. So that's about it from me. I'll hand you back to the Lady Cutler. Thanks for staying tuned, everyone. Remember, if you can, press the donate button and help the ship finish off the restoration. So the decks, the rigging, the fit out and engineering all needs to be done. So welcome all your support, and we'll see you soon.
G'day everyone, Chris again. Thanks Matt, great to hear from you. So for those of you who don't know, Matt's one of our board of directors and former voyager. Had the privilege of being on Matt's first voyage as a leading hand, and known him ever since. So it's great to have him on board, and he's been a leader in this preparations and all the logistics, and etc. etc. So great work, Matt, and thanks to spending the time on board on the barge to show us close up. It's great. So I'm just going to carry on a bit and just a bit more of another part of the journey of Alma getting to here today in terms of her history and the like. So for those of you who know the ship well, you'd be well aware that this is not the first restoration. This is actually our second restoration for the ship. So first restoration occurred kicking off in 1976, as I sort of left off when I was last talking to you. So as I mentioned, in 1976, Sail and Adventure Limited purchased the ship. So he purchased it for Henry Jones IXL, and basically for the scrap value of the engines. And with very little preparation or work on the ship, she was motored back to Melbourne and brought alongside the Yarra, North Wharf, initially to Williamstown, with a bit of work over 17 months to slowly clean up the hull before securing a more permanent berth up in the North Wharf. So over the ensuing years, the deck and the hull were fixed up both alongside North Wharf, also down at Crib Point Engineering in Hastings, where a lot of the underwater work was done on the hull, and eventually, progressively over time, she was re-rigged to her original rig. So by 1979, the hull, deck, lower mast were completed, and with a keel and the rudder being replaced in the mid-80s. So if you ever have a chance to go and visit our shed at Shed 2 down at Docklands, you can see the rudder that was taken off the ship in the mid-1980 and replaced with the rudder you see today on the ship. So the rudder behind me has been there since the early 1980s. So, so work continued. By the end of January 1981, the upper masts and standing rigging were completed. And by the following year, the centre plate casing, so the lowering keels that we can put down, centre boards, were in place. It helped her. So for those, I think we may have mentioned earlier, she's a very shallow ship designed to go over the river bars. So to counteract that as a sailing vessel, much like many of the yachts you see on the water today, you can put a centre board down or a permanent keel. So Alma has centre boards that can be lifted and lowered for when she goes through shallow water, which is perfect for the rivers up north, but also perfect for Port Phillip with its many shallow areas across the bay. So, so the keel slipper and centre casings were fitted in 1982, along with some of the hull planking. So that's the work that was done down at Crib Point Engineering in Hastings. So work continued right through the 80s, 82, 83 summer. All the yards were rigged again on the foremast, so she was a square sail schooner again. And by 1987, the work had all been completed on the running rigging and standing rigging, and some of the fit out was underway below deck. So 1987 was the first time since 1937 that she was under full sail again with a full rig, 3-masted topsail schooner. So the ship has a total of 12 sails, including the 3 square edge sails on the foremast. So 1937 to 1987 was a long period without that full rig, but it was great to see her on the bay again in that full rig. So, as you would be aware, 1988 was not far around the corner. So one of the big aims of the project at that time was to get the ship restored to participate in the Tall Ships Bicentenary events of 1988. So the last major big push with the refit, the ship was taken to Adelaide, and a lot of the final fitting out was undertaken below deck, above deck, completion of deck houses, and essentially taking it to the state that you would have known her in the late 80s, early 90s during the youth sail training program. So a lot of hard work completed just in time to participate in the Bicentenary and Tall Ship events of 1988, culminating in Sydney, where the ship was, amongst many other great ships from across the world, one of the greatest tall ships festivals we've seen in Australia. So exciting phase of her life, and then she returned back to Melbourne and started on her sail training career. So between 1988 and 1999, she undertook a range of youth sail training voyages with about 36 trainees on each voyage, like myself, like Matt McDonald, you've just heard from there. He joined us as a trainee as well. And in total, about 110 voyages, nearly 120 voyages, were conducted over that period of time through to mid to late 1999 when the ship lost survey. And the next phase of her life began, which we'll talk about a bit later on. So just going to have a look around. So as Matt mentioned, the first sling is on, and the crew are just lifting up the second spreader bar on the aft crane there, or the forward crane on the ship that will go down towards the stern of Alma. So they're going to put the slings on now and lift the spreader bar over and thread the next lot of slings and get ready for the lift. So hope you're enjoying the feed, and we look forward to chatting more soon. Back to you. welcome back everyone. So we're getting closer. So if you can see over my shoulder here, we are threading the needle. So as Matt was talking about, moving the slings underneath the hull, you can see them lifting up as we speak, the big thick orange slings. So we've got a few people up on deck using some lead tag ropes that are lifting up to the shackles, and nearly about to pull up the second one as well. So not sure if you can see it, but the forward sling is all in place. The weight's on the crane holding it in place, not lifting her off the barge yet, but certainly holding the weight on the sling so it's ready to go and doesn't slip out of place, whilst the guys are working really hard to get the second set of slings. So you'll notice that the second set of slings are a bit wider and thicker. The aft end of the ship is quite a lot heavier than the forward part, so I think we've got about 85 tonnes on the front forward hook, or the forward of Alma, and more than 100 down aft, so a lot thicker slings on the aft, as well as the chains on the spreader bar and the like. So getting a lot closer, and once they've got them on and shackled, we'll all be ready to go. As we mentioned earlier, the team that are on the barge and on the ship at the moment will leave the barge. Some have already got off and are sitting on board with us on the Lady Cutler. The rest of the guys will jump onto the two workboats that we've been provided by the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria, and they'll come and stand clear of while we do the most exciting part of the day, which is lifting her off the barge and moving the barge out of the way and back in the water. So getting a lot closer, guys. So hang in there and appreciate your time. Thanks, guys. here just because we want to answer a web question. So thank you for those of you who are online and feeding questions through YouTube and Facebook. They're coming live through to us, and we thought we'd answer one. So someone was asking about centreboards and centreboard casings that I was talking about earlier. So, so sailing vessels, they sail, the wind sort of pushes sailing vessels sideways. So one of the challenges with a sailing vessel is to keep her going forward as best you can. So whether it's a racing yacht or a sailing vessel carrying freight like Alma used to. So to stop the sailing vessel travelling sideways, you either have a really deep fixed keel. That could be just the shape of the hull is almost like a fixed keel, or you have a keel hanging off the bottom. So some of you would have known the America's Cup and the wing keel, and you've got quite a fin with a big bulb on the bottom with some good weight on the bottom. That's what racing yachts use. So a sailing vessel like Alma, she had to deal with, as I mentioned briefly earlier on, the challenges of shallow water getting over river bars in the northern parts of New South Wales. So she needed to be shallow enough to get up the rivers and put all the cargo on board, but also she needed to be efficient enough to sail in the open oceans and go forward more than sideways. So to overcome that challenge, rather than having a deep fixed keel, such that, like I said, need to be shallow, she had what we call centreboards. So if any of you have sailed on smaller boats like dinghy yachts, they have centreboards on them as well. So basically it's like a dagger or a board that you lower down into the water, and it stops the ship going sideways. So in the case of Alma, she's got two centreboards. So one is roughly behind the aft slings that we see there. So it's behind the engine room, or in the middle of the engine room roughly. So it goes down and it swings down. It's like a big board and it swings like that with some cables that lift it up and down. So she's got swinging centreboards. Sometimes they can be lowered vertically down. The one and all in South Australia, which is another sailing ship built in the 1980s as a sail training ship. She has sliding centreboards, much like Alma, but two sliding vertical ones. So Alma has a second one underneath the main deck house. You'll see the deck house just below, underneath the tarpaulins there, behind up near the nameplate there. So underneath there's another swinging keel or swinging centreboard underneath. So they're sitting inside underneath and ready to go in the future. So hopefully that answers the questions. Look, happy to answer any more questions they pop up, guys, and keep feeding them through. Thanks a lot.
Hi, it's Bill here again. So it's getting exciting. Have a look. Most of the crew have jumped off. They're on support vessels. Matt McDonald, I think, is still on there, and a couple of others just doing the final adjustments, making sure the slings are nice and tight and in the right place, and as it should be, making the final preparations before the booms start to pull Alma off the barge. This is a very tense moment for those involved, you can imagine. But all I can say is not long now. We're all standing here watching, waiting, and the next step will be just that. You'll see Alma starting to lift off, and once she's high enough and dangling in the air, the barge will be removed, and you can see the two tugs standing by. They will slowly haul the barge from underneath Alma's hull, and Alma will be on her own, ready to plop back in the water. A moment we've been waiting for a very long time. Thank you. Back to you. Hi again, Bill here. Well, this is really getting exciting now. The guys are actually leaving the ship. They're getting off the barge for safety reasons, and that's a sure sign things are going to happen. They've checked all the webbing, all the slings, all seems to be in order, I imagine. They haven't told us, of course. Well, you can see what I can see. Very, very exciting. Any minute now? Well, who knows? But certainly in the next 10 minutes, we'll see some action. The Alma will start to lift off, slowly, slowly, off the barge. The Torsen over there, the white vessel that you see them all jumping on, was kindly provided to us today by the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria down in Williamstown. Thank you very much to you for that. And obviously Spitzer provided us the two tugs you can see Eureka, and
Daintree.
the Daintree, of course, the forest, Daintree. So back to you.
Hi everyone, Bill Borum here again. If you look carefully, you'll see that the barge is coming up out of the water. You'll be seeing more barnacles come up out of the water, a darker brown line now, particularly a bit more so at the back of the boat. The barge has always been on an angle, so that the front of the ship was higher than the stern. And is she clear?
She is clear.
I haven't got my glasses on.
The back is clear.
The back is clear.
Sorry, the stern. What am I
Stern.
saying? Sacrilege.
I think we can see air under the stern now. Can you see that, everybody? And yeah, so once we've got it all up in the air and everybody's happy, they'll pull the barge out, but they've got to make sure everything's hunky-dory before they go that far. Otherwise, I guess you'll have to go down again.
So
Look,
that's
there's the
Ferdy
block out.
Darley, the master ship builder, pulling the blocks out.
Yeah. No, still tight.
Wow. Woo!
It's been a long time coming to this. We're so happy, and thank you for the donations that have been coming in. The lift day donations are up to nearly $1,700, and the buy a block campaign's moving up towards 10,000. So thanks everybody. The buy a block campaign did get a head start today. I might point that out. So how's she going?
She's almost clear.
She's almost clear. Looking very carefully. There's thumps and clunks going on. If anybody can't hear them, there's blocks of wood falling all over the place over there somewhere.
Ah,
Oh, wow, there you go.
that's
See
it,
the
Ferdy.
wood?
Get
It's
a bigger
wooden
hammer.
boat. It's a wooden boat. They're designed to flex. If they stay solid, they break. So they're designed to flex. So when Alma first came back to Melbourne, you know, the middle of the ship was 18 inches higher than the front and the back. So they had to lower the ship. They had to deconstruct the ship gently and lower the middle down so that the keel was straight. And the measurement was that if you couldn't slide a piece of paper underneath the bottom of the keel anywhere along the line, it was down. But they had to very carefully deconstruct the ship so that they lowered the middle back. So that's called a hogged ship when it happens. That's because of the sail training. Probably there wasn't enough weight in the middle, and the weight on the front and the back with the water pushing up in the middle caused it to go down on front and the stern. And the middle of the ship was 18 inches higher than the bow and the stern. She looks nice and straight now though, doesn't she?
She does. You can see Ferdy's just checking the tensions on everything. It looks like every timber's clear there.
Yeah, there's still a stack of blocks towards the middle there. Interesting to see how that goes. But this is the critical part. This is what you're doing. So please donate now. Hit those clicks. Keep the money coming in, please.
Or we're going to stop lifting.
No, we can't stop lifting, but we'd like some more money, please. It all helps. Every dollar goes the right place. Nothing's spent that doesn't need to be spent. Nobody gets paid that doesn't absolutely have to get paid for doing what they do. And it's a real volunteer organisation that you're donating to. You're not donating money to a corporation that's going to spend it on anything else. You're donating it to a volunteer organisation who will do the right thing with it and has been doing for a lot of years now. Yeah, that'll do me for now. Nice talking to you. Yep.
for Alma. Hooray!
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray! Welcome back, everyone. It's exciting. We've had toots, we've had 3 cheers. Alma is in the air. She is off the barge. You'll see the 2 tugs are there. The tugs have pulled the barge out from underneath the ship. She is ready to touch the water again.
Woohoo!
So the barge is going to be taken back to shed 2, dropped off, and the tugs will be coming back to pick up Alma and take her back for her welcome back to Docklands. And thanks to everyone in Docklands who's been supporting our project for many, many years with Lend-Lease, Development Victoria and others. So exciting times. You can see that the barge is just being held in place there by the 2 tugs, and the ship is now going to be lowered slowly into the water. She's disappearing behind the tug there, but we'll come back to you shortly once we've got a bit more vision closer up. Thanks, guys. It's exciting.
you ready?
Hello,
And we're
ladies
live.
and gentlemen. Bob McGuire here. We're down at the water. Everything came out of the water, and I remember respectfully that my father was a sailor for years and years and years. And I'm simply saying what a pleasure it is to see people taking advantage of this marvellous historic event. When the Alma is about to be laid to rest, so to speak, at the floor of the sea where she can rest in peace. Thank you.
Perfect.
She said that back to me. She said, true blue.
The keel is touching the water, Bob.
What do you reckon?
Magnificent.
True blue. Mate?
Hi everyone, Norm Borum here again. You'll notice that I'll talk off camera. That'll work.
Okay.
Have a look now. You can see that the keel's going slowly into the water, and what will happen now is that they'll hang Alma on the slings in the water with a few tons of weight hanging on the slings, so that they can determine whether there's any leaks inside. So she'll sit here for a while. They've taken the barge away now. They'll take that and moor it back up on the dock, and they'll sit here with the ship in the water in the slings for a while to make sure that the leaks inside, if any, they can handle with the pumps that they've got on board. They've got a generator on board so that they can work the pumps and make sure that if there's too much water coming in that it won't last very long, they can pump it out. And if everything's hunky-dory, they'll be able to hook it up and tow it away and not have to worry about any leaks. But they want to know what's going on before they let the slings go. So she's lowering into the water. You can see the prop's just getting wet now. And the ladder on the side here will be where the guys climb back on board shortly, so that they can have a look inside and see what's going on inside the ship. That'll do for now.
That'll do. Okay, back to you guys.
All right, welcome aboard everyone. So we're nearly floating on the Alma now. We can report that she is dry. So looking down here in the engine room bilge, that we're not taking on any water. Timber ships can, as the timber swells, can take in water until the timber swells. We have a lot of large pumps. This is our biggest pump. We've got more pumps down there in case we are taking on water, but at this point in time, we're not fully down in the water yet. We're close to it, but we are dry and all as well. So that's what's going on the ship. We've got the shipwrights doing their rounds now. They're checking the bilges. We've got the extra crew coming on board now, and they're all got their stations for when we start to get towed back. But the main job was to check that the bilges are dry, and happy to report that the bilges are dry. So this is the main engine room. It will eventually have a cabin sitting on top of it. You can see the back end of the propeller shafts there, and they're the engine beds. So the engines will sit there, and as you can see, underneath the engine beds, we're dry. So that's a great thing to report. We're still slowly going down in the water. We've got a generator here which is providing lighting and pumps, power to pumps. So look, that's it from the Alma. They're back to you guys. Back to.
Most of the house turned down,
Sorry, but yeah, if we can, because they do need something from somewhere, so whether that's your day or something, upload something. And you got that link that I sent you where they Great, I'll leave you to that for a minute, and I'll go and do what I have to do. Thanks, mate.
go. Hello, Norm Borum back here, just feeding you in a little bit on the ship while it's sitting in the water there and not leaking very much by the sound of things. A couple of little bits coming in, according to Matt. And we've got Jasper and Sally in the shed here, and we're showing you on screen now what the timbers looked like when Alma came down from Port Macquarie in 2009. So the holes that you see through the wood there, the teredo worm has crawled through there and chewed its way out. And the board sitting on the top, little short piece, that's part of the planking. And the larger piece underneath is part of one of the old original frames. And some of those had some pretty horrific holes in them too. See the plank along the top there, it's got some terrible holes in that as you go along there. So we had to put new planks on. The new planks that went on were thicker than the ones that were on the boat previously. And the framing is all now laminated frames instead of original sawn timber. So Sally, if you can just get Jasper to move on to the upright laminated piece, that's the one there. Get a good look at that, thanks. So here's what the laminated looked like when they first put them together. So 10mm planks of timber sawn and lined up together, shaped as they needed to be, and then glued into place. So it's an epoxy resin glue. It's quite waterproof. And Sally, if we can have a look at the board in the middle now, the one with the blue thing on it, there, one with the blue sign on it. Yep. That's one that's been finished off nice and tight and sawn back and smoothed off, and that's how the frames went into the ship, all cleaned up really nice. But you can still see the glue. You can still see the glue lines in them before they painted them over. So thanks very much. Can we have a pan now, Sally, back down through the shed, and we'll show the yards. Over to the yards, big long yards there. So these are the yards that hold the main course, sorry, the trysail that they hold on what would normally be the course yard. And then I think the other one is the upper topsail yard. So those are what hold the square sails on the forward mast. And just walk along the yards there. And as we get down a little bit further, you'll notice that there's a tent arrangement there in the shed behind them. See the bars on, that's for people to hang on to when they're up there working on the yards. There'll be a wire underneath that they'll stand on while they're working on the sails, and they'll hang on to the handbars there as they go along the yards working the sails. It's really hard, but yeah, fascinating, and it's a really incredible thing to be up there high on the mast, sitting on the yards. Now, can we have a look at the tent in behind there, Sal? No, just to look at it. Just show us the tent there. Yeah. So inside that marquee or tent there, there's a display for the soldiers at sea. As you may have heard earlier, Alma Doepel went to the war in the Second World War, and we have a display in there that shows a mock-up of the front end of the ship with some bunks in it as the sailors that ran the ship at the time would have used. And up to 400 soldiers were taken at a time for various different places around New Guinea to launch the final offensives in that area in the Second World War. So thanks for that, guys. If you'd like to switch back to some live action now at the ship, that'd be great. Thanks, Sally and Jasper. Much appreciated.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, it's exciting. The ship is back in the water, as you've heard, and you've had a couple of different reports from different people. So just to reaffirm, the ship's looking good. Not much leakage at all. It's really as expected by the shipwrights, which is really great work and hard work by everyone involved to get the ship to where it is today. So really exciting to see it back in the water after all these years. And so in terms of the next steps, the tugs have just pulled the barge alongside up in Docklands to drop it off. Its new location, and currently collecting up some equipment and towing equipment to bring back down to the ship here. And then the tugs will be coming alongside to take the ship back up to Docklands. So really good to be seeing some progress here. So whilst it's a bit of a sit and wait stage again, we can see all the shipwrights on board are, generally speaking, sitting around waiting, which is great. It's a good sign. So the ship is in good shape, and we're not running around madly, which is a great sign. So I just thought I'd spend a bit of time just giving you a bit of insights into the youth sail training program. The ship is back in the water because we want to see a sailing again for young people. So I was very fortunate to have that opportunity when I was 15 years old, as did Matt McDonald, who's on board the ship as our master on board the ship today. So essentially, the program is about immersing people in a life at sea to learn about themselves. It's not necessarily particularly focused on certain talks about development, things like that. It's really building self and awareness and relating to new people, getting to know new people in a totally different environment, switching off from the outside world and learning how to sail a traditional ship. And a traditional ship like this, as you can see, is not easy to sail on its own, with a couple of people. Yes, she did trade with only 6 crew, but when you're sailing on a big long ocean voyage, you can set the sails, you can all get to it and put the sails up and set them for a few days and then pull them down again, so which is easy with 6 crew. But when you really need to run a ship like this in day-to-day operations with short sails, with passengers on board, or a sail training ship, the more hands the better. So the ship's designed to carry approximately 36 trainees, or certainly in the old days she used to travel with 36 trainees. We're currently going through design of what the layout of the ship will look like for the future and how many we'll be able to accommodate. But roughly about 36 trainees, 18 male and 18 female, with a crew of about 11 on board for a youth sail training voyage. So across the 9 days, obviously day one was a pretty confronting day for a lot of people. I'll be admit myself, I was a pretty quiet and meek sort of guy at the time, and first day also is very much around adjusting yourself to a new life on a ship, but also getting to know people you've never met before. And you're sleeping right there. Someone's on top of you, someone's next to you, someone's just across the corridor from you. It's a different environment, which is totally different to land. So sail a voyage is very much around getting to know each other and getting to know your new environment. So on the first night or two, we would stay close to home, wouldn't go too far with the ship, and just get people adjusted to the life on board. But then progressively through the voyage, we'd train up our trainees in different skills with setting the sails. A lot of it at the start was just do what I tell you. Just follow my instructions. Over time, we'll explain it to you more and more in depth, and you become second nature as you go along. So some of the early skills around tying some basic knots, how to untie the sails, set the sails, steer the ship, looking out for other vessels and things like that. So progressively over the 9 days, probably 7 days or so, we build up the skill base and the knowledge of the trainees through day sails, some 24-hour sails where we put into a formal watch system and sail throughout the day and night, so the trainees could experience that. So Alma would only operate within Port Phillip Bay, so it was a small environment, not a lot of sea room, but you could experience everything you needed to on a sail training voyage. So as we got towards the tail end of the voyage, with all those skills developed, strong relationships, strong teamwork, at the end of the voyage, the trainees then elect their peers to be crew. So a master, engineer, the cook, the navigator, etc. A small group of 5 or so of the trainees would be elected by their peers for command day, taking over the ship. And they would then take the ship for the day under limited direction from the crew. And the sail, they'd be given a strategic picture by the captain saying, we want to go from this location in the bay to another location. And the crew would then need to take all those skills they've learned. They've all done some navigation lessons, weather, how to use the navigation equipment, all the bits and pieces around how to sail a ship, and they would then take command of the ship for the day. Literally everything. Their call. When are we going to have the meals? When do we want the engines? When do we want to put the sails up? When are we going to lift the anchor? Which heading are we going to take? What sails are we going to use? Etc. etc. So a really good experience for these young people to come together as a team under limited supervision and go on an adventure together. Clunky ride, bumpy ride sometimes, calibrating relationships, people who are not used to leadership roles, but it's an awesome opportunity to try out what they've learnt and their friend and really have a great time with their friends. So that's the last day, second last day of the voyage usually, and then the final day back alongside wherever the ship had left from, and really lifelong friendships were made, and a great experience for a lot of trainees involved. And I'm going to spend a few minutes later on, just sharing some of my own reflections and experiences about those voyages. So yeah, a really good experience, and I highly recommend, if you have an opportunity to do that, or you or your children have an opportunity to do it in the future, that you really get on board when we are sailing again to do so. So anyway, we're going to...
Maybe you could explain what's going to happen over the next hour or so.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, good point. So at the moment, we're waiting for the barge, the tugs to come back. So at the moment, the shipwrights are just continuing to do their final checks.
They're on the way now.
On the water conditions, all looking really good. Things will change over time. So the ship has been sitting out of the water for a very long time, so the timbers are dry. So the timber will be slowly absorbing some water and expanding. So the way that the water conditions will evolve a little bit over time inside the ship. She may have some new leaks, they'll disappear, and over time she'll settle down into life back in the water after so many years out of the water. So that's why we've got the shipwrights monitoring things for the next few hours whilst she's in the water. Mike's telling me that the tugs are on their way back down now. So we're going to have the tugs tie up to forward and aft on the ship and tow it back up really carefully. I think Norm might have mentioned earlier today, these are really powerful tugs. The Sansom posts or towing points on the ship are there. They're pretty strong in the context of the ship and everything we need for the ship, but with a really strong weight from the tugs could be an issue. So the tug masters are being well briefed on this, and this is the most delicate part of the day in many ways, to guide Alma back to the wharf. So she'll slowly tow up to the wharf. When we get close to the wharf, not far off the wharf, we'll be throwing some lines ashore, and they'll be just very, very slowly nudging her aside to the point where they'll then let go of their lines and we'll haul the ship alongside by hand just to be sure. So, and then she'll be tied up alongside and ready for the next phase of the restoration, which is exciting times ahead. So, as I say, look forward to chatting again a little bit later on about some of my own experiences and reflections on the youth program, and stay with us, and please do donate. We'd love to see the ship sailing again with you on board. So get on board, guys. Thanks for your time.
Hi, my name's Eliza and I was on voyage 85 back in 1993. So I heard of Alma on an advertisement on my school newsletter and asked my parents if I could go on, and they said, oh sure, as long as you can raise the money. So it took me 6 months, but September 1993 I saw the Alma for the first time and it was fantastic. I had such a fun time. People talk about the skills that you learn, but I think the main benefit is that the relationships that you make. I've made friends that are still my friends 25 years later, and because of those friends I travelled overseas for the first time. I met my husband. So really I can put it down to one of the pivotal moments of my life, going on the Alma Doepel. It was amazing, and I really hope that my children will have the opportunity to sail once the refit is finished, which is getting ever so closer. So well done everyone who's doing the restoration, and I hope to see you all on the ship soon.
Hello, Norm Borer back again. Thanks to everybody who's still watching. We can see there's a number of you still out there having a good look at us. So
Hundreds.
Hundreds, yes. Thanks for looking at us. It's been really great. The money's been coming in nicely today, thank you. So a little bit more would be really handy. So anybody who hasn't donated, still an opportunity, jump online. The lift program last time I saw was coming up on $2,200 for today, and the block campaign is up around 9,700 or so. So looking good there. But any more money you'd like to send our way, please send it on. So you can see now, if you have a look over behind my shoulder, Michael just close in here a bit tighter to get me out of picture. We're still floating below the crane shift, still sitting in the slings. The tugs are hooking back up now so that they can get ready to pull Alma out of the slings. That's a very delicate operation. They've got to excuse me, make sure that none of the hard bits get in the way and cause any trouble as we go.
The hard bits.
The hard bits, the shackles.
Right. Oh, right.
Very
Yes.
expensive shackles. The thing that Matt said before the day started was the last thing we want is a shackle sitting on the bottom of the river. So they'll very carefully work on undoing the shackles on those slings and get them out from where they are and slip under the boat and under Alma, better say Alma. And then the tugs will gently pull Alma away and take her back, and we'll tie her up where she's going to be for a while at Shed 2, North Wharf. So thanks again to all of our sponsors today. Switzer Tugs, AAL Shanghai, Port of Melbourne Authority, City of Melbourne, Lend-Lease, Sea Roads, Sun Pictures, and...
and can we thank Aussie Boat Sales, who have sent a boat up today, and Sam's been driving around all day with a cameraman on board as an
there's been a couple of people here exercising on their boats I've seen, which is yes, COVID issues. And it's been a really great day. Thank you to everybody, and please don't forget to send a little bit more money our way. As I say, all the money goes to the right place. We don't pay staff, we don't pay office staff. None of the board gets any money. It's all a volunteer thing at that stage. And 83,000 hours. Can you imagine 83,000 hours? A regular work year is 1,976 hours.
Wow.
At 38 hours a week. So 83,000 hours is a lot of work years. And
across how many people is that?
Varies, but yeah, up to 100 volunteers in and out from various different points in time.
And I don't think we've actually said today, when did the project begin?
The restart to try and get this working was 2007, but they had to, of course, send people to Port Macquarie to prepare Alma, to bring her back from Port Macquarie, do a lot of work on her, seal the hull up to stop it leaking so they could sail it back down the coast all the way around. They did motor it quite a bit to make sure that there wasn't so much strain on the rigging. And so they lots of volunteer hours, people spending money, getting frequent flyer points, flying up and taking buses up to Port Macquarie from airports so that they could work on the ship, prepare her, get her ready to bring back. Massive effort.
Fantastic community project.
Project, yeah. They got back to Melbourne, sailed her back, had an interesting time. The weather changed in the middle of the trip and they had to have a little rest in Jarvis Bay for a little while the weather blew away so they could get back on the go again. Got her back here to Melbourne, and then they continued to raise funds. Decided the best way that they could handle the ship was to put her on the barge because there was no secure port facility. They didn't know how long it would take to redevelop her. So they didn't know how long it would be in one position, and they had no position they could leave it in one time. So they built a barge to put underneath her, and then wherever they wanted to be, they just tow her around to wherever they needed to be. So it's been handy. Well, they've been redoing the wharf here at North Wharf. The pylons have been reworked recently. When they were doing the bit where Alma was, they just moved Alma further down the wharf.
Yeah, which was designed and built by Bruce McCracken, if I'm correct. Is that right? Or have I just put my foot in it? Don't know?
The wharf? No idea.
No, the floating
the barge?
The barge.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Not sure.
I don't know that.
It's a great question for Peter.
It's a good one. But yes, fabulous barge. The barge has been under contract of sale now for a period of time, and it will become an entertainment venue on Victoria Harbour.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, everything has a second life.
Yeah, so it's going to be refurbished and put back out on the harbour as an entertainment venue. So people will be able to have a party on the harbour on the barge that used to have Alma on it.
Anything to be on the water.
Fascinating.
I'd rather go sailing on Alma, I think.
Well, once we get Alma going, you'll be able to come sailing on
Now,
Alma.
how long do you think that will take?
The standard answer is 2 years.
Right.
But if
The reality.
if the
Here we
donations
go.
don't
It's
keep
all
coming
about
in,
the money.
The donations don't keep coming in, we
Oh.
can't do it.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Ka-ching, ka-ching. So we hope that we'll be able to do that. Now that we have tax deductibility status, you can send us a donation.
Oh, it's so
and
much
get a
easier
tax
to give
deduction.
money.
To get a tax deduction. The government helps out. Nice of the government. And yeah, so since we got that tax deduction status in 2020, there's a few more people that are able to donate to us that previously weren't.
Well, they can afford to donate twice as much.
Well, yeah.
So if you've already donated today and you didn't realise it was tax deductible, just go and do it again.
Hop in, go for it.
Okay.
And if you really want a proper receipt, just send us the necessary info and we'll sort you out.
And you got a pigeon to send it back.
adsc@almadoepel.com.au. That gets to me.
That email address again is
ADSC for Alma Doepel Supporters Club @almadoepel.com.au.
Couldn't be easier. Let's leave it there and cross back.
Good on you, Mike.
Okay,
Thanks.
cheerio.
Bye.
Now, Bill, I hear there's exciting things coming. What's happening?
Sure are. So once Alma is underway, once the slings have been removed, which I think are still happening, she will head back to Shed 2. This means she'll be going under the Balti Bridge. So just picture the gold posts, the gold sticks up there. As she approaches that, there'll be some excitement. There'll be a triumphant return, let's call it, to Shed 2. And there will be, well, I won't say fireworks, but
it's like the daytime equivalent of fireworks, isn't it?
Very close.
Yes.
So stay tuned to watch that. That'll be pretty impressive, let me tell you.
So if you think it's all just starting to slow down, go and make a cup of tea or a gin and tonic. Leave the screen running, but come back soon because there is something very exciting coming.
That's right. And the gin and tonic sounds like a good option to me, but a cup of tea, I'm sure that'll go down just as well.
Right.
So keep your fingers on the donate button. It's very important that we get money. Don't have to give a lot, but a lot of a little makes a lot. Not a little of a lot is good too, but
we'll take both.
We want to see many. We want to see the public supporting Alma Doepel. They have in the past. Let's continue doing it, because when it comes to government giving money, what they like to see is how much community support we have. And by having many small donors is a very great, is good evidence that we have that support. So
yes, it helps show the City of Melbourne that they really should be giving lots of money to Alma.
Well, more the government, I think.
All governments.
Yeah, you've got to say the City of Melbourne have been very generous.
No, they've been fantastic.
We all our birthing fees are waived, or I would say waived, and you know, the support from Lend-Lease, City of Melbourne, and Development Victoria have really helped us get where we are, because effectively that's a donation in kind. So we don't have to spend that money, and that's a lot of money. And whilst I'm on that subject, donations in kind, have a guess how much today's operation has cost. I haven't got that number, but it will be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this. And it's all been donated by Switzer, by AAL Shanghai, by the Lady Cutler Melbourne Showboat, and of course our very own Michael Smith from Spectre Films. Without this support, we haven't got a hope of coming in on the budget that we spent. So help us, please, help us. Press that donate button and get those till bells ringing, and keep Alma going into the refit and final finish, which should be about 2 years, I'd say, if we've got the money.
And thanks to Lendlease for all of their support for making the live stream possible. And everyone, make sure you come back to Docklands. The city's going to open up soon. Lots of great restaurants. Come down and enjoy the waterfront. Okay, yeah. Back to the background music.
Thank you.
Okay.
welcome back, everyone. So, on my left shoulder, here's the ship. She is ready almost to leave to go back to Dockland. So you'll see that the slings on the stern, towards the stern of the ship, have been let go, just dangling in the air. So that we're just slowly lifting that up and unthreading it from the awning, so it's well clear. And it looks like the team are about to start unshackling the forward slings. So once the forward slings are unshackled, dropped in the water and lifted clear, we're ready for our trip back to Docklands. And watch this space as Bill and Norm have been keeping the tension there. There is exciting things to come when we get back to Docklands. So.
And
right.
Chris, we had a question. The boat is now completely floating on its own. The slings are just sitting there.
Yep. So literally, if you looked really closely across the feed, you may have seen progressively less and less red paint. So the red paint is our anti-fouling underneath the waterline there. So when she was first sitting in the water, a lot of the weight was still on the crane slings. So she still had some bit more red paint than she does now. So now that she's got the slings off on the stern, there's no weight on the forward slings either. So Alma is 100% floating. So that's where she's sitting at the moment. Another thing is over time. So at the moment she's very lightweight. So to take the ship out of the water back in 2011, I think it was, when we took her onto the barge, we made sure we took as much weight out of the ship as we could. So that meant all the engines, all the rigging was gone. One of the deck houses was removed, water tanks, accommodation stripped out, you name it. Pretty much everything possible was taken off the ship to make her as light as possible, and also to make the inside of the ship a lot more accessible for our shipwrights. So that made their lives a lot easier to do the important work that they've had to do on the hull while she's been on the barge. So, as I'm sure you can imagine, that whole process now needs to be reversed. Now that the hull is complete, she's going to go back to Docklands, be alongside the wharf at Docklands, and now it's time to piece it all back together. And that's not a quick process, but it is a much more gratifying process to be pulling things back together than pulling it apart. So exciting times ahead. So over time, as more and more equipment is put back on board the ship, she'll sink further into the water, such that she gets back to her right lines as to where she was under full rig and full equipment. So So thanks, Mike. It's becoming sunny, which is wonderful. It's good to see the sun out. So,
And in fact, one of the slings and the arm is completely clear now.
Excellent. Thanks, Mike. Yep. So the slings on the forward crane on the ship, or the after of the Alma, is 100% clear, and the ship will now start stowing the equipment. So the ship's going to leave port this evening, from what I understand, once they've stowed all the equipment. They've done all their unloading from their voyage down from Korea. So the ship came from Korea, Shanghai, to Brisbane, Newcastle and Melbourne. When the ship leaves here, it's then going back to South Korea to start that loop again. It does that throughout the year. So,
and what kind of cargo does a ship like this carry?
So these are what we call heavy lift ships, or not, sort of generally a heavy lift type of ship. So these ships will take anything they need to take, basically. A lot of cargo you would see further behind us in some of the earlier shots, possibly on the feed. You saw a lot of containers around. So Swanston Dock behind the ship is where all the containers come into Melbourne, and that's where most goods that we get in a kitchen table and at home comes through a container. But this is where the big and the bulky and the heavy things come from. So from what I understand, the ship came in with 2 big transformers to unload in Melbourne, along with a range of different things. It could be machinery, it could be equipment for factories, all sorts of big and heavy things that you can't fit on a normal ship or in a container. So quite an interesting shipping line. They've got ships running all over the world on a couple of different routes to Europe, to the North Americas. I think they've got about 20 ships of different sizes, but basically all doing those sorts of voyages. The odd hard to fit things that can't squeeze into a container. So so interesting ship, and very generous with AAL shipping to provide us the ship. And that meant the ship had to be turned around. So the tugs that turned around last night, so she was the cranes were on the right side, because those cranes were used to offload the cargo over the last few days. So she came into Melbourne on Sunday last weekend, so nearly a week in port, whereas some of our container ships over behind me there, they might be in port for maybe 1 or 2 days at most, because it's really quick to unload the containers, relay new containers, and get back to sea. Because A ship that's not moving is not making money, which is why we're really lucky today. There was a real possibility we may have missed this opportunity. So if the wind had been really bad weather conditions today with the wind, the ship would have left. If we couldn't have done this, we may not have done this today. If the weather was bad, the ship had done all its unloading. We had a 1 day window to unload and take Alma off the barge, and the weather had to be perfect. And we've been very, very fortunate. So we were all crossing our fingers and toes and hoping, but in the end, it's all turned out really well. So before we move on, I just do want to talk about a really important topic, and that is why. I know I've spoken a bit already about the youth sail training program, but I now wanted to talk about the people, why we do the youth sail training program. So the youth sail training program is targeted at 15 to 19-year-olds. So we welcome anyone from any walk of life onto the ship, and there's a reason for that, because the program is about helping young people grow and develop, but also help young people turn their lives around. So we would have people joining our program from all walks of life. We would have trainees who come from sponsorship through service clubs. They might work with Rotary to raise funds for their voyage and co-fund the voyage with a Rotary club. Some people might be sponsored by a youth club or other sorts of organisations. Some would be supported by their parents to come on the voyage, like I was. Very fortunate my parents would support me in coming on the ship and opening up a new part of my life. But the most important cohort are those who can't afford to go on the ship at all and are at risk, youth at risk, whether they're on the edge of the youth juvenile system or other community areas of the community where they're at risk. And that's where we would have a number of young people come and join us on board the ship who really, to be honest, were on the verge of going to the youth justice system if they didn't join the ship. And that turned many of our trainees around. So I just want to reflect on, I suppose, some of the people that I've seen go through the ship who've been on different journeys. And Matt McDonald, who you've heard that name mentioned a few times today. So Matt joined the ship when he was 15-year-old, much like myself. I was privileged enough to be on his voyage as a leading hand a couple of years after I joined the ship. But he joined, and Mike and I were just chatting. Mike, who's behind the video here, he said, I heard Matt talk that once a few years ago, and it was quite an impactful talk. Much like myself, Matt said it was joining the ship was a turning point for him in his life. And so there's a bit of a journey since he joined the ship. Matt has been involved since around about 1996, I think, roughly, a couple of years after myself. So Matt, it set him off on a career path. It set him off in a career path and a life path that he wouldn't have had before. So he met his wife on board the ship. Alina, his wife, was on the same youth sail training voyage as Matt was, and they're happily married and with their fourth child on the way. Congratulations, guys. And but from a career point of view, Matt moved into teaching. He became a teacher and moved into education because he was inspired to work with youth. He then wanted to use his maritime skills and his interest in diving to move into the scuba diving industry and working on the boats there. He spent many years working in the dive industry. But that then took him on a career into tourism and ultimately to his current role, where he's the CEO of Sea Road Ferries, so very generously supporting us with a lot of the technology for this live feed and a lot of marketing and other support and a lot of generous input across their business to the project. So Matt is, he's a pretty young guy and he's a CEO of a very big, important company, and he wouldn't have been able to do that without the start of a journey in life involved with Alma. And we're very fortunate. He's now giving back to the ship. He's a director of the organisation. He's been a leading force in organising today's refloating, along with Peter Harris, our restoration director. Between them, they've been doing all the logistics, supported by the wider board with Alan and Sally and others. And it's been a great achievement, and it wouldn't have been done as safe and successfully if it hadn't been for all those parties, and Matt is a key part of that. A couple of other examples. So we've had people like Andrew Cambridge, who joined the ship as a young person. He went to sea. A lot of our trainees have ended up in either the Navy or the Merchant Navy. So Andrew went into the Merchant Navy, came up the ranks in commercial shipping, and is now a marine pilot in Brisbane. So a really good career path, having been triggered from the Alma. But the final cohort, much like the final cohort who's eligible to come on board, are those who just their lives were changed in a small way or a big way around how they relate to their families. Often trainees would come to us having not had a fruitful and strong bond with their families. A lot of those family relationships were turned around by seeing a different perspective from going through the Alma's program. Like I spoke about earlier, people who avoided entering the youth justice system and the like. So many lives have been turned around through the Alma program. And I've been very fortunate through my career, and I've benefited as well in giving myself a lot of confidence in my leadership at work, interpersonal relationships, working with a diverse range of different people, their life skills and their professional skills that this program can give, which is why I'm standing here today imploring you, please, dig deep, donate. That ship there is there to help people of the future. I'm here because I want to see my children do the same program I was fortunate enough to do when I was 15 years old, and we can't do it without your help and your support to help us fund the ship back into service. She's a very well organised business. She's self-sufficient. Once we're sailing again, she's a very self-sufficient business model. We need to get her sailing again, and we need your help to do that. So please dig deep for our youth for the future, and come on the journey with us over the next couple of years as we get the ship back in operations. And that's where we're focused right now. We're starting to have that conversation about what is the future program going to look for the ship. How are we going to do the youth program in the current era? Adapting what we used to do, taking learnings from different ships around Australia from their programs, and crafting a new program for the future that will be engaging for the youth of today. The world is different from when I joined the ship when I was 15. We didn't have mobile phones, social media, all those sorts of things. It's a new world, and we need to adapt that program in the future to bring young people into it. And the great thing for us, and the exciting thing for us, is after this thorough restoration, Alma's going to be able to stretch her legs much further than ever before. We used to run the program in Port Phillip Bay. We're going to be able to stretch our legs into Bass Strait and down to Tasmania, go to Hobart for the Wooden Boat Festival, all those sorts of exciting opportunities, because we're doing such a thorough restoration here. And that's the future. We want you to help us bring that future, be able to take Alma into state and show the world and show other states what Alma's like. We'd love to see you on that journey with us. So,
and she's free.
The good news is we're free. You don't need to listen to me for any longer. So the ship is free. The slings have been removed. The ship's now going to stow all of its gear and prepare to go to sea, and we're going to prepare for our grand return to Docklands. So we're going to end with my conversation, but please remember, dig deep for our youth and help donate for the future. Thank you.
And we'll be back soon.
We'll be back soon.
This is one of the most remarkable ship reconstructions which is going on anywhere in the world. This is a very unusual ship because she has genuine maritime heritage. She's 115 years old this year in 2018, and she was built in 1903 in Australia by Australians, and she is a link between the early timber gatherers and the settlements in the bush. So the ship then was brought in by Henry Jones, went to Hobart, and she carried timber and jam pulp up the Yarra River to Little Dock, which is where the World Trade Centre is now, and then went back to Hobart. And then the return cargo again was jam pulp and timber. Until 1943, when the ship was commandeered by the Australian Army and the Water Transport Corps, and she was then de-rigged, turned into a troop and ammunition carrier, and went to the Pacific Islands. And her last big fling was in the Battle for Lae, when she carried 800 troops into Lae in New Britain. In 1975, the ship was then pensioned off, and Sail and Adventure, the company that now owns and operates the ship, bought her because they were looking for a vessel to turn into a sail training ship. We are restoring her partly because she is the only one of her type left. So not only does she have genuine maritime heritage, but the ship also is a community project right in the middle of Docklands where people can come and see what we're actually doing, and just to walk around and have a tour of the workshop and see these traditional marine crafts underway. The people who are doing the type of work we're doing, which is cutting out very complex shapes and steaming timbers and putting together a large hull, is very unusual. We would like to be a centre where we can carry on that training and have those people work on other ships coming in. So there's a marine industry aspect to this. We're a youth sail training organisation, and we call this the voyage of a lifetime, because we know from the 6,000 or so young people that sailed on the ship between 1988 and 1999 that this is a very effective way of changing young people's lives. That young people come along to us, and one example is Joanne, who has written her own song about the ship. She was a trainee, came back to us and said, "I'm absolutely delighted that you're doing this project. Here is my journal, which I had when I was a trainee in the 90s, and I carry it around with me because it was the most important thing that happened to me in my life. And I want my children to have that experience and other people's experience. And it is so valuable to her. I mean, she gets quite emotional about it, as a lot of us do. And our volunteer group, which is shepherded by the Alma Doepel Supporters Club, takes people from the general population, and they work on the ship. And those people have put in, and by next month it will be 60,000 hours of volunteer work. And those people are developing from, some of them were skilled when they started, some of them had no relevant skills other than the ability to listen and learn and concentrate and do the job. But to do that, to help them along, we need professional labour to do the difficult bits to reach commercial survey. This is a professional job, so it doesn't just have to look good, it also has to fulfil all modern statutory requirements for a passenger vessel. We're trying to talk to the general public. We're not just talking to those people who are already committed to old wooden sailing ships or even to sail training. This is people who are interested in young people, interested in tourism visitations to Victoria, to community strengthening and to preserving maritime heritage. So those 95% of the population who are not already committed to the cause will be committed to other aspects of what we're doing. And what we need is now the remaining funding to get this project to a completion stage.
Hi, my name is Mary. I sailed on the Alma Doepel in the 1990s. The Alma Doepel was a real turning point in my life. It helped me to discover that I could do things I never imagined I'd be able to do. It taught me resilience and teamwork. It introduced me to the Alma family, which is a wonderful group of people. It helped me to work out my profession and where I wanted to work. And it gave me a lifelong love of boats. I'm a strong believer in sail training and the lasting positive impacts it can have on young people. My wish is that all teenagers would have the opportunity to do a voyage on the Alma Doepel. I'm so excited that the Alma has been restored to the point of being relaunched. This brings it so much closer to her going back to her life as a sail training vessel, bringing that incredible experience to whole new generations of young people. A huge thank you to all of the people who have been involved in any way in her restoration. I can't wait to see her sailing again.
Okay, Bill, here we are. We're at the back of the boat. Apparently, you know exactly what's happening. What's happening?
Well, actually, I don't know what's happening. As we look at the Alma in the sunset, she's coming this way, not sailing off into the sunset, but sailing away from the sunset. She's heading home.
And of course, the best view of the day is looking out to the west. What else would you expect? Oh, the camera's all playing up.
The Westgate Bridge, so therefore the west. And Alma is on her way home. She's through the triumphant tunnel. She makes her return journey. Look at that sunset.
Glory be.
And today was supposed to be rain and wind. Just goes to show, doesn't it?
Well, it was this morning. I mean, we've
Yeah,
had our classic four seasons today.
But that was this morning.
Yeah, now the sun's out. Yes. So no commentary, folks. Just a lovely view of the sun with the Alma coming up towards the Balti Bridge. And the great big surprise that we promised, we have no idea if it's going to happen. So we'll be as surprised as you are.
Yes, absolutely. I'm struggling to steer into the sunset.
Oh dear. And the camera is... I'm just going to have to handhold this camera now. So we're filming today from the Lady Cutler, Melbourne Showboat Cruises. Thank you so much to the crew. We are actually bringing the boat in to tie up for the night. And we'll then just quickly transfer to filming from the jetty itself. So there'll be a small break from live footage here, but we'll hand back to Peter, who's done a great job. Peter from Sea Roads with Sam have been running the deck today. Just awesome work, guys. Great job, and really appreciate all of the help with that. And as the boat turns, I'm going to lose my shot. It's been fun, but we'll be back with you shortly. Crossing back to you, Peter.
Ready?
Yes, you're on.
So here we are back at Shed 2 on the Lady Cutler, Melbourne Showboat. Thank you very much, Jess, for the journey. There's the Balti Bridge. We're waiting for the Alma to emerge around the corner, but whilst we're waiting, I just want to say a few thank yous to everybody who's made today possible. Development Victoria, free of charge use of the shed and the restoration site. Lend-Lease, sponsorship of today's event. Sea Road Ferries, sponsors of the restoration and live stream. The AAL Shipping, what can I say? Use of their crane ship, that was fantastic. Schweitzer, use of their tugs, that was also good. Daintree and Eureka, thank you very much for all the hard work you've done today. They'll be coming around the corner shortly. Port Phillip Sea Pilots, Lady Cutler, as I've said already, Melbourne Showboat, and the Royal Melbourne Yacht Club for the support vessels. Michael
He meant the Royal Yacht Club of Victoria. That's okay.
What did I say?
It doesn't matter. Keep going.
It's written here. That's
Yeah, no, the notes are wrong.
the
notes are wrong.
So there you are.
Royal Yacht Club of Victoria,
Royal
Victoria's
Yacht
oldest
Club
yacht
of
club,
Victoria.
down in Williamstown. Commodore Doug Shields.
Very, very much apologies. Mr.
No,
Shields.
no. Commodore
Mr.
Shields.
Please.
Commodore
please.
Shields, if you don't mind.
Commodore Shields. Please forgive me. Yes. Michael Smith Spectre Films.
Oh yeah, I'm just annoying
This is
behind
the
the camera.
gentleman who's filming here. Without these guys, this could not have happened. And as I said before, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. So,
do you want some exciting news?
yes.
She'll be coming round the corner when she comes.
She'll be coming
round the corner when she comes. She'll be coming round the corner. She'll be coming round the corner. She'll be coming round the corner when she comes. Here she comes under the Balti Bridge today.
Here she comes around the corner here today. Here she comes around the corner. Comes around the corner. Comes around the corner. Here she comes.
Singing.
Aye, aye.
We promised to stop singing. Oh no, it's plummeting. The numbers watching are plummeting the longer we sing. We apologise.
Well, I'll tell you what. Press that donate button and I'll stop singing. How's that?
Oh, I can see her. Here she comes.
Yes, there she comes. There she comes.
I see timber.
But as I said before, you've got to go slowly, slowly, slowly. As
Oh,
we go too
we're
fast,
leaning out.
pull those
There
sand
she
controls
is.
off. Tell Mr. Gordon to stop moving the boat.
Okay, we're going to quickly cut this feed and get in a better spot. We'll be with you in a sec. Back to you on the deck.
Back to you.
we're live.
We're live, good.
Norm, what have we got here?
Well, we're back at shed 2. We're all tied up at the wharf waiting for Alma. Here she comes.
Point to shed 2.
Shed 2
Oh,
is over here.
There it is.
Between
Look at
us
that.
and the Balti Bridge there. But Alma's coming around the corner. She's travelling very slowly.
Just move in a bit.
Move in a bit, yeah.
There
Keep
we
the sound
go.
up. The tugs are very powerful, so they're pulling her along really, really slowly so that they don't pull those Hampson posts out. She's still a bit delicate, and like I say, the tugs are extraordinarily powerful. They push huge ships around, so Alma in the water is just a baby for them. So they're treating her with due respect and just pulling her along really nice and slowly for us. Time's not the critical element; it's getting her here nicely in one piece.
Now, just to be emotional for a moment, how does seeing her come under the Balti on her own bottom make you feel?
Just amazing. Just amazing.
How many years of your personal life have you put into this?
Well, I donated for a while, but for the last 2 years since I retired, I've clocked up about 500 hours. So,
It's very special.
Like I say, the volunteers, it's good we can have volunteers come down. Anybody that wants to volunteer, sign up. We'll be pleased to see you. But we need some money too, so don't forget the money.
I reckon that message we've got through today.
It's been coming through pretty good. Yeah, we're up over $3,000 on the lift campaign today, which is really good. And I've lost sight of the block campaign because I can't get it on my computer working anymore.
Now, it's interesting that you say for $500 you can buy a block.
Yeah.
Now, I bought a block, but I'd pay even more if I could get one for myself to put on my desk. You could raise more money that way.
Well,
what about if it was $500 if the block goes on the boat, but $1,000 if you can have it on your desk at home?
It doesn't work that way.
Oh, but think of the money you could make.
Or would you like a used block?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Might be able to find
Oh, well, I'll buy another new one if I can have an old
I'll
one.
have to talk to Francis.
Is everyone taking notes at home?
There's a few blocks left over.
Oh,
in the shed.
Oh, we're home
They
hoes.
don't look quite like a new one, but if you got out and polish them up yourself and give them a coat of lacquer, they might come up really nice.
Ah, that sounds fantastic. Now she's getting closer. Now I think Ferdy Darley's going to sleep pretty well tonight.
Now just imagine if the masts were on there.
Yes, it would have just cleared the
It
bridge.
would have just gone under the bridge, and yeah, you'd still be seeing the top of the masts up around where the bridge work is now, where the roadway is there. So yeah, fantastic. And you can still see that there's a lot of anti-fouling, the orange-coloured paint riding in the water, because yeah, start putting the masts on and engines in.
So the engines are not currently in?
No, we won't be putting the engines in until everything's ready to go.
Okay, so there's quite a bit of equipment to go back on, and then the red line will just appear out of the water. And do you think, I mean, I'm standing here picturing how wonderful it will be to see her with a nice southerly blowing, to see her coming under the bridge with the sails up. Can you promise me that will happen?
Not likely.
Oh, come on.
Not likely. There's a speed restriction in the river, of course.
Maybe, what about if it was just a light southerly? I know we don't get many of those.
A light breeze, we may be able to tax her on a little bit.
Okay. Because then I'd buy another block.
She's a bit easier to she's a bit easier to handle with the engines in the river. So when we take her out for a day sail, if we go from here, we'd set everything up to get down into the bay. So we'd motor down the river into the bay so that we could then sail into the bay. So by the time we get into the bay, we'd be ready for sailing. And then on the way back, by the time we got back from the bay up here to tie up everything, we'd be tidied up, ready to go bed.
Sounds fantastic. Now the tugs are now just moving her towards the dock.
Yeah. You'll notice that the tug's moving sideways. So it's got azipods underneath, propellers mounted on pillars so that they can actually make the tug go sideways. Unbelievable technology. Use it on the big cruise ships too, so they pull away from the wharf and go on.
Yeah, the days of one big propeller down the back are gone. They've got lots and lots of these little hydraulically controlled propellers that can push a ship sideways.
Yeah.
They can even...
Turn the prop this way.
Yep.
Not just turn the rudder, the whole propeller.
Because a lot of the big cruise ships don't even need tugs to get in anymore. Quite amazing.
They're amazing. So gently does it. Last thing we want them to do is pull her in half down.
No, that would be the wrong thing to do.
can't imagine how pleased Dr. Peter Harris feels at this point in time.
Well, why don't you, for those who don't know, I mean, anyone who's been involved with Alma, we all know about Dr. Harris, the amazing man, but why don't you just tell us a little bit more about his background and what he's been doing on this ship, and the way that he corrals people.
He doesn't like it to be known, but I've got the number of hours that everybody's done on the ship, and he's up to 18,000. 18,000 hours work on the ship, recorded, and I bet there's a whole lot more that wasn't recorded.
You know, I think his special skill, I mean, a lot of people know he's very, very organised, and he's a master organiser, but his great skill is roping people in and making them realise that they have to help, and that his passion just, you know, if you're at dinner at the yacht club, it's amazing the way he can just lurk around, and the next thing you know, you're committed as well.
Yeah,
my wife gets very nervous when he's walking towards me.
Oh, does he now?
She.
But Peter manages the people on site here too, and allocates the jobs from time to time. One guy that hasn't had a lot of mention today, and I'd really like to put his name into, is Tom Mangan.
Mm-hmm.
He's the head shipwright that's been working on the ship now ever since it came back to Melbourne, and so he's put in about 12 years of hard work, and he's on board at the moment.
Wow.
A really tall, lanky guy. If you see a tall, lanky guy with mopper hair on top underneath his hard hat, that's Tom. And he'll be really happy and proud at the moment to see the ship coming in, because he himself has done a lot of work on it. If nobody else is able to work on the ship, Tom's the man.
Yeah, fantastic.
Slowly, slowly.
But we're nearly there, and we're going to make it before sunset.
Well, that was the plan.
Just.
No, it's been a great day, and thank you very much for the work that you've done.
Oh, we've had a great day.
Thank you again to all the people that have been involved.
Actually, if I can thank my team, we've got Bert out here, Chrissa on stills. We've even got Ollie, a high school student, has been manning the time-lapse camera, doing a great job. And we got him to do that thinking, well, that's pretty simple. You just sit there and nothing goes wrong. Well, everything went wrong. He's been managing power, data issues. He worked out to get it working by using his phone as his own phone as a hotspot to get it working again. He's just been a wonder.
He's the man.
So well done, Ollie.
Keep him on.
And Joe and David, a whole team of people filming today.
We teach on Alma too. We teach the kids for resilience and understand there's a problem there, and it's their responsibility to deal with it.
Well, I hope that she's sailing so he can go.
Fix it. If there's something wrong, fix it. If you've got to do something, deal with it.
But that's the thing about being on a boat. There's no one else there.
Self-aware, being resilient, you know, understanding your position, understanding what you can do, and deciding, you know, come up with a solution. You know, and as Chris will have explained earlier, you know, very empowering to learn more about yourself and how other people perceive you. And that's what the sail training really does for young people, is they understand more about themselves, where they fit in a group, how they should fit in a group, what's good for them, and just, you know, they can really make something of themselves after having an experience like this.
Well, I'd put that down for sailing generally. I've noticed, you know, as someone, we employ a lot of young people, and you see the kids who have been members of the yacht club and learned to sail. They have fantastic hand-eye coordination. They have great problem-solving skills. They're very independent. And, you know, you mentioned resilience. It comes out in spades because we're taught it from a really early age in a fun environment. And for people who don't have access to sailing at a club, this is where the Alma can step in.
Yeah, sure. And a really concentrated program too that's designed to get results. And, we've got a new team working on putting some new things together, because, you know, things have changed a bit in the last 20 years since they did the last lot. So there'll be a new program, but it'll work very much based on the previous one, and coming up with the right outcomes. And it's guys and girls. It's not gender specific. Some of the cruises that went out, they were all girl crews.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you can't actually see her from our... Oh, no, you can see her because there's a different camera. That's fantastic. I'll stop talking.
Oh, good. Are we off here?
So if you know, we're still talking, live, so we're talking.
Yeah.
But they've got another camera.
That's
so
nice
there's a great shot of her coming in.
Looking at your phone instead of just talking.
Oh, because I was gazing into your eyes.
Your wife will be upset.
No, she won't. She'll be wondering where I am, but she won't be upset.
No, she knows where you are. She can hear you live on computer somewhere.
Now, of course, we're not planning to squash the wattle.
No. The wattle will be back in service once they get their survey worked out too. And it's a really good maritime city, Melbourne, and we want to keep it going more and more so that way. A little bit more money coming in would be really handy.
Oh, you mentioned that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Did you notice that we need a bit of money?
Yeah, right. Now, if you like, we could stop this audio feed very briefly, walk down the jetty and get alongside as she comes in. Would you like to do that?
Let's go.
Okay, back to you upstairs, and we'll be back with you soon. And we're live. Guys, she's home.
She's back. We've had a great day with you, everyone online. It's been a great pleasure. Remember, we're digging deep, and the reason we're here is for youth.
Thank
A round of applause for everyone on board the ship.
Woo!
Well done, everyone. Thanks, Mike. We want to thank Mike behind the camera today.
Hip hip. Hip hip.
Big thanks, thank you, Mike, behind the camera. You've really helped us today.
It's been my
guided
pleasure.
us along our journey. Our first day ever doing a live feed, so I think we've done all right.
Guys, you're naturals.
And thanks to Bill.
In fact, 3OW, they're on the phone. You're on next.
For a brand new crew that's never done it
That's
before.
right, exactly. So we hope you've had a great time, everyone.
Yes, and thanks for watching, and please don't forget, come and see us. We'll be open here at the shed. As soon as you're allowed back into town, we'll try and get a crew together. Anybody that wants to volunteer, send me a note. I'll be pleased to hear from you.
Yeah, and what was that address to get in touch?
ADSC at almadoepel.com.au.
And if you're watching the live stream, you obviously know how to find the Alma Doepel, but come on down. They may have mentioned they're looking for money, but you know what? Volunteer hours and young people.
Remember?
Yeah, the people that help out in the shed, any ages, any abilities, anything you'd like to do to help, we'll find you a job.
Okay, now I'm just going to have a quick scan along the deck of the ship.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey guys, well done. So you can see in the middle, guys, this is the big generator they brought on board, just in case extra pumps were needed to keep her dry. But the reports are all good. Well done, guys. Hey, Matt.
Hi, Michael.
You're live.
Oh, good day, everyone.
Matt from Sea Road. We've been hearing all about you today.
Oh, really?
About how if it wasn't for this ship, you wouldn't be married, and there are 4 people on the planet because of this boat.
Well, that's right, yeah.
There we go. We didn't actually frame it that way, but we just did. And we'll just jump around the back. There we go. Welcome home. And you'll be pleased to see Channel 9's here, a few other crews, lots of activity. And look at this tug. So I'm the live feed.
Okay. My children's friends around this. Fish out of water.
Hi, Sally. I'm Michael. We're doing the live feed for the Alma today.
Are
So it's
you?
been people
Wow.
watching for 5 hours.
Oh, so good.
Would you? We were hoping to say, can you say hello?
I can say hello. It's Lord Mayor Sally Cap. I'm here with the Alma Doepel. It's back. It's in the water. I want to say thank you to everybody that's been involved in 8 years of restoration, 80,000 hours of hard work, so that the 119th birthday of this magnificent vessel means that she's in the water, our Australia's oldest tall ship, wooden tall ship I should say as well, and we're really proud and we're really grateful, so congratulations everyone.
Thanks so much.
Pleasure.
It's been fantastic. It's been a great day.
It has been a great day. Huge effort.
So, folks, we might end on a high note. Lovely to have Sally down here, the Lord Mayor, and back to you on the Lady Cutler.
The Alma Doepel is the oldest surviving Australian-built tall ship and an important part of Australia's maritime history. She is a reminder of a time when the tall ship was Australia's only link to the world. Launched in 1903, she was fashioned from local timbers in Ballingen, northern New South Wales. During her early years, she plied the Tasman and traded along the east coast and became a familiar sight in the ports of Australia. Alma Doepel saw active service in the Second World War as an Australian Army ketch in New Guinea, carrying supplies and troops. Today, the Alma Doepel is undergoing a complete restoration in Melbourne by a team of professional shipwrights. This project is one of the finest examples of a maritime restoration underway anywhere in the world. Ship is not an end in itself, but rather a means to an end. Her future will be as a dedicated platform for youth development programs for Victoria's young people from all backgrounds, helping build resilience and develop awareness of themselves and working with others. Factors that are key in reducing youth suicide and building positive mental health. Our mission is to challenge and inspire young people to realise their full personal potential and to make a positive contribution to the wider community.